Rainy Run, yay, coming along nicely. Thank you. This will be an epic weird piece for sure. This is gonna be more weird than usual, but sometimes you gotta do that. Okay, sneeze. God bless you. Thank you. Sketch art here again today. Was basically waiting for your stream to show up. Nice. Hello, sketch art. I need it in the background to draw at this point. Second addiction. Sketch art, same here. Hello. I have this on TV in my office while I work. Office cat watches your office cat watches your pencil. Nice. Nothing like drawing some birthing chambers for the ruling class of the space gods. TX2 is a Kit Kat. Hi, hey, hello. How's it going? Dimitri, yo, what's up? Hey, how's it going? How's your day? Are you guys experiencing the same heat I am? Because the heat is it's starting to get old. I just wanted to cool off a little bit. I'm trying to design an OC right now, and it's a lot harder than I expected it. And yeah, the heat is annoying. I keep my AC on. I'm only doing the air conditioning for where the dog is, because I'm just trying to save money, and I'm trying to like, he's got air conditioning at like 75, and the rest of the house just gets up into the 90s. At least it hasn't been getting into like 93 inside the house. That's pretty brutal. What is an OC? Trying to design an OC right now. Dimitri says, "Fine. How are you today?" Oh, I'm doing great. I kind of like had a hard time falling asleep last night, but luckily I just like eventually did fall asleep. But I don't know why. Sometimes I just can't go to sleep. It's awful, but. Insomnia, I feel you. Yeah, it sucks. Like, I just can't go to sleep. It only happens like once a month now, maybe. But it used to be a lot more. But having to think of line economy, the heat's been pretty crazy here too, along with foods scarily enough. Oh, sorry, along with floods, scary. Yeah, I've heard about the floods. It's absolutely insane. I'm lucky in that I live like on the hill, and it would take a lot of water to get to me, but I do have to keep an eye on my basement because it has flooded before, so I have to be like, if the rain gets too crazy. But I'm at a point where like all my grass is basically dead now, which is kind of cool because I don't have to mow. There's just like these like little tumbleweeds growing, kind of. It's just like these like little desert plants started popping up in my front yard, and I'm like, you know what? I can deal with this. I don't like to mow my lawn really, so I'm okay with this trade-off. I haven't mowed my lawn in like a month now because it just, there's nothing growing there. It's just all brown, dying grass. But having to think of line economy, character expression, and all that is very difficult because it's my first time doing something like that. Nice. Yeah, I would also find that. That's why I kind of design a set, like a, I'll draw a scene and kind of imagine that world, and I just kind of move on to a different world. Building a coherent story is a whole different level of having to think things through. It's definitely like harder. A tumbleweed garden, quite the attraction. Yeah, it's not. They're not tumbleweeds. They're just like basically what you would see like in the desert. I don't know. They look like these like tall little skinny plants that are like they can grow apparently like anywhere, and like the grass has definitely like given up at this point. But I'm like, fine, you guys can go be somewhere else because I'm not spraying water on it. Yeah, the hardest part is just putting it together, right? And it's a lot of work. I'll let other people handle the talking and the storyline stuff and like why Bob said this to Joe. Like all that's for like other people, in my opinion. Yeah, but yeah, I can't complain too much. Things have been going okay. Played a little Helldivers this morning. Instantly gave myself like rage from just getting killed over and over again, and I'm like, I'm done. Like, I know they just released the game for Xbox, so there's probably like you're seeing a lot of like new people just dropping like airstrikes under your own position. So it's like it's very frustrating right now because people are like learning the game. The writing, scripting, whatever I'd call it called, has been driving me nuts lately with my projects. OTL. Yeah. I think it would be hard for me to come up with like motivations for characters because it's like I try to think through myself and I'm like, why would I do that or this? And I just can't imagine why. So I'm just like, it's hard for me to like write, like, come up with like characters that are like not you know, like me. I don't know. I just it'd be hard for me to like imagine a world where people are like and like what they're motivated by and like what their personalities. It just seems like a like an impossible task. I made myself some hash brown burgers last night, meaning that I bought like these hash brown patties and then I bought some minced meat and I cooked that, and it was actually pretty good with some sauce. But they kept falling apart, so I had to like eat them really fast before they like completely turned into like a mesh. Apparently, hash brown is not the best for like bread replacement. I gave in and I just decided to eat like whatever I wanted. Never heard of a hash brown burger? I invented it last night. I gave the last one to the dog because I just didn't want. It was like too much. It was too much potato in there. I do love these like little these like super skinny erasers. You can kind of like do opposite drawing and just like add details by drawing in like the dark, or you know, erasing the dark parts and just adding like new kind of structures. I really do enjoy that. You should get Gordon Ramsay to taste it. You might be a natural chef. I'm sure that it was because the first time, like when I took it out of the air fryer, I didn't cook the meat separately, so the meat was like still like frozen, and it was like this disgusting wet like um, mesh, and so I had to like redo and cook the meat first, and then cook the hash browns, and then cook it together to like make it all kind of like work. It was definitely I'm definitely not a natural cook. It was even at the end of it, once everything was done, you know, correctly, it was still like very mid. It's just enough to fill you up and like kind of put you in a like a potato coma for a couple hours. I did buy myself like this like water that has like air in it. It's like carbonated water basically, and it was actually like it's actually pretty good at tricking you into thinking you're drinking something that's not just water because it's so like potent. But yeah, like I think I'm gonna be doing that more. Sounds like such a good idea. Hash browns and ground beef in any it's basically like the cheapest possible way to go. Like you literally are like making the cheapest meal available, and it's kind of like good in terms of like filling you up. So it's like the perfect like money saving kind of. Not that that's why I did it, but I looked at like the hash browns and they're like $3, and the mincemeat is like, I use like $1 worth of it, so it's like pretty cheap to get on that way. Mac and cheese is really just cheese and water. Um, is mac and cheese has like the pasta in there too though, right? What is he drawing? I'm drawing in like basically a creature in space that is laying eggs. Think of like the Alien franchise or something, or Scorn if you played that game. I know this content, like this creature, has not been as popular. I think because it's so hard to understand. Like it's so weird. There's not a face. It's just like this egg laying kind of contraption. So it's kind of like hard for people to understand like where I'm going with it. But I think like the idea will be sold once I get on with more of the details. And but yeah, right now it looks like a flesh ball that's just spitting at something out. But that's basically what it is. It's a biomechanical contraption that's just produces eggs for the hive. It looks so ugly. Thank you. The cosmic horror would be sad to hear that. Maybe. Can he draw so you can just address me directly? You're like addressing the audience. I can, yes, and I have, but right now we are not drawing something beautiful. It is beautiful in its own way. I feel like you're discriminating right now. I think I'm also like I'm kind of getting to a point where I'm getting like really bored of video games in general. I try to play them and it sounds exciting in the beginning, but then I play for like 30 minutes and I'm like insanely bored and frustrated. I think I'm just changing. I don't know. Just video games just don't do it like they used to for me anymore. I might have to go like start like doing like very uncomfortable hot hikes or something. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to like I don't know, like do physical exercise or something other than video games, because I'm just like losing my mind. It's like I'm just insanely bored from them. I've tried to get back into it, but I'm just not feeling it anymore. Even Helldivers doesn't do it anymore for me. I also find it insane how you get so much down while talking for like 40% of the time to us. Yeah, but there's a lot of times when like I won't be like there's hours and hours where like the chat will die down and But there's been days where I just chatted the entire time. So like it just depends. I'm not like super concerned about being super productive, because it's like if people want to talk, we'll just talk or whatever. I'll try to draw, but I do like to get into, especially when the simulation theory comes up or something, or the AI conversation comes up. I just have to talk about it. Yeah, video games have been in decline for years for me now. I play like a few hours a week. Yeah, it's so weird how that changes. Like, I just don't care, and like the more the video game demands of me, the less I care to play it. Like Path of Exile, I think it's an awesome game. I really do. I think it's an amazing game, but I just don't care. Like I'm stuck. I beat the whole game and then I gotta restart the campaign on like a harder difficulty, and I just can't get myself to like to force myself to play through it again. Your taste buds for your taste buds for things do change when you get older. They really do. I just don't care anymore. Luckily, drawing has not gone like I can draw, a lot every day, and it doesn't seem to affect me negatively. Like obviously, if I do like 8 hours every single day, I can start to get burnt out. But I mostly read manga or web novels or watch YouTube art videos. Yeah, YouTube is a rabbit hole for sure. I still very much enjoy YouTube. It's yeah, YouTube is like my main thing in terms of like what I consume. At least it's not AI generated. You seem to really hate my art. Yeah, I can't say I hate AI, but as an artist, I can't find one reason to like it. As a normal person, there are more reasons to dislike it than I like it. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it, because I don't know. You know, Microsoft just fired 9,000 people or whatever, and it's like, I doubt it's because of AI. I think they're just preemptively firing people, like firing the Xbox team because they're just like, I don't know. It's just like, it's a weird world we're living in right now. It's a weird timeline, and it's not showing any signs of slowing down. The scary thing is too is they're gonna consume so much electric power for AI. Is my music too loud? Let me know if it's too loud. I'll turn it down. But the electric, if you don't have, I would recommend like getting solar panels or something just so you can offset the cost. I try to like use very little electric power in my house. The computer monitors don't cost that much, but it's more the AC and stuff. That's why I'm being very conservative, because I think the electric power, the demand for AI is going to be so high that you're only going to see it go up and up and up. So we'll see. It's like it's going to become more expensive for us for them to do their like weird little deeds. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too negative, but no, you're not too loud. Okay. My stubby little pencil here. And yeah, I heard that one AI like headquarters uses neighborhood level of power a day or something. Isn't that crazy? And then they like build extra generators next to people's, like, I don't know. I heard like some story about like these rural folk were like living out there in their own like little house, and then they built like a plant right next to them. And I forget like what the exact like thing was that they didn't like, but it was like basically there's just like this loud humming noise or whatever. Like they have like outages now, and it's like super crazy. Mr. Nubbin, yeah, he's still with us. I can still get a little life out of him. Yeah, and the pollution of these AI computers is also crazy. I think I read an article about it a while ago. Yeah. Especially like if you were trying to live out there, like kind of on the outskirts of society, and you had like you've built a house and like a water system, and now you have like this factory that's producing like crazy amounts of like light pollution and a humming noise and pollution, and just like your life is like altered by that forever. I kind of feel bad for those old folks. Why doesn't he put the why don't tech palm, why don't you're addressing the audience, why doesn't he put the paper on a solid surface? Why do you think it's not a solid surface? It's a glass table. Yeah, the paper's on the table. The cardboard is just to block the view of my legs and stuff. I'd be quite the skilled artist if I could draw like this on a cardboard surface. I'm definitely gonna title this Millions and Millions of Them so people get the idea that it's a production facility for these things. And I think it's gonna be a catchy name. I see the paper moving. Yeah. Yeah, the edges of the papers will move slightly because of the air and stuff and heat and, you know. When you draw precise details, you keep the paper stable. I'll take a note of that. I appreciate the the wisdom there, though. KR, thank you so much. We'll draw something more beautiful for our friend Tap Pam. Maybe some nice scenery. Sometimes I gotta take the knob for like the creepy vibes and just turn it up past like 10 a little bit. But I feel like this is well within like the American lore, the sort of the Geiger-esque kind of architecture and all these kind of creatures. I think this is well within the American media kind of environment. I don't think this is like, you know, when I draw like Eldritch Geiger-esque creatures, I keep the insane kind of like sexual stuff out of it. I just kind of do like, you know, straightforward. I guess they're birthing, so, but you know, it's still a little grotesque, but I try to keep it like light on the weirdness and more on the kind of like alien stuff, more so than like the, I don't know. I like beautiful drawings. That's good. Thank you. All right. As usual, I'll keep you on my TV while I draw and stop chatting. Sketch art, I appreciate the lurk and the stop by. Talk Pam is saying you draw. I think he's asking sketch art. I think he does draw, man. He does. Most people who watch this kind of stuff usually partake in the activity. It's just this time I'm drawing something that's a little bit more unhinged, I guess. Although now that I'm thinking of it, like it would be cool to draw like some hooded figures walking through like environment, like kind of scenery, like that's made out of the similar architecture, and that would be kind of epic. Like some humanoids walking through. Where's my brilliant yellow? You know what I should do is top of the morning to you, Nikki. Thank you, Future Whale Painter. I appreciate that. I'm thinking of maybe having like ChatGPT like write stories around the lore of what I'm drawing, and have it be like sort of not repeat, but like repeat every so often, kind of like the, you know what I mean. That way people can get like lore updates. I think it would do a better job at coming up with like interesting lines of like dialogue for like the lore. How's did you go to that one store you were talking about the other day? If you do go to McDonald's today, let me know. I'm gonna need a Superman flurry or whatever they're selling right now. We got another hot day, so a drink to cool off is gonna be nice. Yep, I went to Blink's Art Store Supply. They wouldn't tell me anything was on sale. I had to look it up on their website. Damn. I found some paints from a brand called Old Holland Oil Paints. Normally they cost $20 or $23. Some are way more expensive, but the ones I got were each on sale $14.75. Looks like you got a deal. Yeah, I've been looking at your stuff on IG and it looks good. Especially the kitchen one. It did have an eerie vibe to it, which I liked, so. just researched on my phone while I was there, so it was a pain. That would be a pain. Thanks. Did you ever get those flashes on your phone that tell you that the camera is looking at you? I was just wondering about that. Like, how often is that happening? Because that was a really weird thing. I mean, I know they can, whoever they are, use your camera at any moment, but it has done it. You know what I found out about my phone, my new phone? And my new phone isn't like fancy at all or anything. It's like a Motorola, but like a smartphone or whatever. And it's like you can't turn it off. Like there's no way to restart it or like fully turn it off. I'm sure there's probably not even a seam line to like take the battery out. I just thought that was so. I'm like, but sometimes you need to restart your phone when it starts glitching out on you. And I'm like, I need to like look into this. How do you like restart this phone? I really hate not having a device that I have zero control over. I purposefully bought like a more basic phone so that it would be like not I was hoping it wouldn't have all the new features where you like can't turn it off, but I was wrong. But even these $200 Android phones now are getting like pretty insane power. Like it has considerable amount of processing power. I'm thinking of downloading Fallout Shelter on it. Maybe while I draw, I'll play Fallout games on it. They had those old Holland paints under lock and key, and so it was kind of awkward asking them to unlock them, and then they stand over your shoulder weird. It would have been even funnier if, like, as soon as they open it, you just grab like handful of them and start running through the store. No, that wouldn't be funny, but yeah, nowadays you gotta lock everything up. You just can't have stuff like that out. Lol, yeah, just grab a bunch and say thank you very much. Adios. I can honestly say, like, I've never stolen anything from a store. And I've always said, like, I don't know, I've always, like, I don't know, it's never appealed to me. And the thought did come into my mind, but it was like, I did, even as a thought, it was like an experimental, like, let's run this program, like, how will this work out? And I just didn't, not a big, like, I don't know, I just not into that kind of thing. But yeah, nowadays you gotta have everything under lock and key, basically. Yeah, chances of getting less tech, less high-tech cell are disappointing fast. Yeah, I think you mentioned bad cousin I would hang out with. I think I've mentioned bad. Yeah. Luckily, I didn't hang out with anyone as a child, so I never had bad influences. I'm kind of kidding. I had friends, but you know what I mean. I definitely didn't have like bad influences. Ironically, his daughter became a cop. Sometimes it works out like that. It seems like that bad people I knew as a child all became. Isn't that weird? They're adrenaline junkies or something. I don't know. I just have things in my head where I'm just like, sorry, that goes against my programming. I can't do it. I think I have some sort of some version of not. I don't want to say autism because that sounds so extreme, but I have like just certain things. I'm just like I don't get it. I don't get why you would do that. Maybe that's what allows me to draw for so many hours a day. You know, I used to want to be a cop when I was younger. In middle school, I wanted to be a cop, and then I did a program called Peer Jury, where you're like, you go to the police station and you do pseudo trial for minors, and they like sign a contract. They get their sort of sentence reduced or whatever for if they go through it, and they basically get a slap on the wrist, and you're like, oh, you have to do so many hours or whatever of community service. Like you're basically like their little judge. It's really weird. But yeah, that's kind of what made me not want to be a cop. Honestly, like I did it and I'm like, oh, okay, I don't know if this is for me, because it's like, dude, sometimes like I was the only male on there. All the other people were like females, other than a cop, right? But like the sentences were like kind of brutal. Like honestly, for like some of the things that kids did, I'm just like, I don't know. That seems like a lot of time for like a lot of hours of like cleaning stuff up for. I don't know. It just seemed like I'm like, I don't know if this is the path I want to take. Drinking this stuff called La Croix, which is sparkling water, kind of like a flavorless liquid. Oh, you know what you should try is I just bought this Mine Ragua sparkling water. It's carbonated. So the nice thing about it is it kind of tricks you into thinking you're drinking something. It's like you're drinking water, but it has that fizz, which actually is at first kind of disgusting. because it's like you're expecting a taste. Sorry, I gotta get some oxygen because it literally has oxygen. It has compressed oxygen. But the nice thing is like the fizz makes it feel like you just drank something instead of just nothing. It's called Mine Ragua. I'll show you on the camera. This is what I bought. Mine Ragua. I think when you work a job like a cop, you are around criminals that could possibly impact their mind. Yeah, I think they probably have their perspective shifts because of like, you know what I mean? If you're only interacting with the bad of your community, you probably kind of like become a little bit more jaded. You know what I mean? Like I think it would get to me. I don't want to spend too much time interacting with those people. My buddy, I don't know if I should talk about this. Let's say he was pursuing becoming a cop, and yes, agua mineral. He was pursuing becoming a cop, and then on his like police drive thing, he like saw some stuff, and he still wants to be a cop, but like yeah, just they see some horrible stuff too. Phone was going dead, so I took a charger break. I heard that in Korea, kids can literally get off with almost any crime. In Korea? Oh, you mean South Korea, right? Because North Korea, it's literally zero crime is allowed. I was just watching, sorry, I gotta get this water down. I was just watching like this kind of podcast interview thing of this guy who defected from North Korea, and he was like talking about, he was kind of like the elite of society. His dad was a businessman for the regime, and they made $1 a month. Like you had to donate that to the guy, to Kim Jong-il. I don't know, like, you know what I mean? I don't know if he's like, North Korea does not seem like a fun place, man. But there's no drinking problems. There's no crime problems to speak of. If you're cool with being bored and hungry, you know, I don't know. I don't want to judge them too harshly. I don't know. But it seems like everything I hear about it doesn't seem like a super fun place. But this stuff is actually like mineral sparkling water to just a little bit of lemon flavor. Oh, there's I think there's like this Mexican drink I found that's like that. It's just like carbonated water with like a little bit like what you're saying, and it comes in a glass bottle, right? I think is what you're talking about. And that stuff is actually really good. I don't think they sell it at my local gas station anymore, but they used to, and they were kind of criminally expensive too, though, if I'm being honest. They were like criminally expensive. Sorry, I have to drink this because if I let the fizz come out, then it turns into gross warm water. I heard Sweden was the happiest country. No, that's not true. That can't be true. Swedes love alcohol. Like, I don't know. Maybe they are. I don't know. I'm just trying to be funny. I have no idea. But I heard that too. My second place on my want to visit list first is Japan. Japan seems neat. But I feel like it's like the ultimate Western, like every like Western guy wants to go there. I almost like want to go to like some, like for me it's probably like more like Eastern Europe because I'm originally from there. So I'm like I kind of like want to go back there like for some reason because of having some connection. By the way, I was born in the last year that the Soviet Union existed, 90. Wait, I'm forgetting like what year. I think it was 1990. I have a like direct Soviet connection because I was born the last year of its existence in Belarus. So I don't know. Maybe of course, Japan is like a fun place to go, but I don't know. I think I've seen enough stuff on YouTube where I'm like, I get it. But yeah, I'm trying to think where I would actually like to go. Quick story, last night there was this cute girl streaming. She's from Australia, so anyway, she was depressed. I said a quick joke. Ooh, sorry, had a little little air come out. I do like Japanese, like when you look at their like temples and stuff, they got neat looking temples. I'll admit that. I'll give it to them, and their samurai armor does look pretty elaborate. I think I just like the samurai stuff, honestly. Like most guys, I just like the samurai stuff for the most part. I'm all out of fizzy water, by the way. I want to go to Japan because it seems like a very artistic place. Like a very artistic place. It's also extremely healthy, unlike American. Also, the mythology. Yeah, I know. I heard they smoke like chimneys, though. I don't know. I'm sure they are healthier. They have like less. Their diets are like their drinks and stuff. Like it's like an acquired taste. They have like way less sugar in their drinks. It's like a lot of it is like tomatoey or whatever. I don't know. It's like fishy and tomato. Like things are just more salt based and not sugar based like we have here. Which is probably why they're like their average like lifespan is like 86 or something, whereas ours is like starting to fall rapidly into like the 60s. But who knows? I don't know. The mythology is really cool too. I played the not Sakura. Was it Sakura Shadows Die Twice? Is that the game I'm thinking of? Well, I like their kind of like paganistic like vision of the world. Kind of like I know they're not pagans, but like to me they are. Like you'll see like there was like a troll bridge. There was a troll under a bridge you had to climb through, and it seemed very like, like kind of like thinking there's like little demons and spirits under bridges and rocks and the forests and temples, like all of these places inhabited by like little creatures and stuff. It's very like sort of pagan vibes to me, and so I do like that stuff. Um, you know what I mean? But yeah, so I do like the Japanese stuff. Like they're like sort of, if you've seen Spirited Away, Sekiro, yeah, yeah, that game was. I honestly made it like 10% into the game. Like I didn't even make it really far, but I did really like I like Spirited Away is like kind of like how I view Japan basically. Like I saw that movie like 10 years ago, maybe more now. Um, she busted out laughing, and I said, "Please reject me so I can say I've been shut down by a girl from down under Australia. Lol, give me bragging rights." At attack. Spirited Away was an amazing movie? Yeah, I thought so too. If more anime was like that, then I would watch it. The giant mechs are pretty cool too, though. I just feel like with anime, the reason I never got into it is it feels like you have to sift through like giant piles of like stuff I wouldn't be interested in before I got to the stuff that I was interested in. So it's like I'm just not willing to put the effort into like figure out where the good stuff is. But I have seen like on Adult Swim like those cartoons they used to have. There was some high quality stuff. Obviously, Ghost in the Shell is like maybe the ultimate like good one where, you know. You're back? Nice, Future Will. Did you read what I said about the Australian girl? Yeah, you made her laugh. You made her day. Okay, it's noon time for my break. Oh, are you work? Oh, your break for? I don't get it. Aren't you taking a break? Well, haven't you been taking a break this whole time? I don't watch anime much. I don't watch anime. Honestly, used to watch a ton of anime, just like any. Then I just watched Foffling anime, Foffing anime. Then just slice of life. Yeah, I mean, I'll still hit up stuff that's really good. If people are like, "Oh my god, you have to see this," then I'll kind of jump on it. But I don't really have any kind of honestly like I just mostly go on YouTube and I watch like conspiracy. I don't know, like I just watch the news and stuff about aliens and like how we're all in a simulation kind of stuff, and I'm like, yep. I'm becoming more and more like sympathetic to that worldview. I'm like, there's no way this is real. Like it feels fake now. Comrade Soul, hello, hello. Thank you, Comrade Soul. Lua Loon 2, how's it going? Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Might be very egotistical view, but I think humans are a type of higher form of energy encased in the body, but I guess we'll find out. I kind of agree. Like maybe not super high, like I wouldn't put it like super high, but I do think humans are a sort of a, like a smaller kind of, like it's like, you know, like it just has less power, but yeah, each human does have something about them that is like, I don't want to say divine because that sounds so like, you know, I don't really think we can stay dead or stay alive. It's kind of like a cycle switching between one or the other. Yeah, I don't think we die ever. But and I gotta bring this guy up again. The Thomas Campbell. He thinks we sort of like when we die, we get requisitioned for like another mission sort of thing, to like figure more stuff out basically within the simulation, and that like you don't die, but you don't necessarily get to maintain your full consciousness. Like you might get merged with somebody else in a sense. Like it's not like a full you, your whole soul. Well, this is according to him, right? I'm not claiming this, but I kind of like to think of like us as a whole, like who you are as a soul kind of like maintains that shape. But what he says is that like, which is sort of an interesting thing too, where it's like when you die, you get, you know, requisitioned by the greater consciousness to like go on another sort of simulation journey to like learn more stuff about yourself. But you as a whole, like your consciousness might get mixed with somebody else's and stuff like that, so you get like this duality where you kind of get sort of you don't get to stay whole necessarily. You get like meshed up with other things and then, you know, flown back out to like, but there's a Polish guy who like kind of has exact same theory, but he thinks it's like sort of we're soul trapped on it, which is also like super interesting. Is a soul trap idea where we're like, where it's basically everything I just said, but it's evil. like we're being sort of like we're like cows being used for energy, kind of like in the Matrix, but it's more advanced than like the Matrix. There's no like machine world. It's just a you know, you're just being used and you get memory wiped and you get sort of gaslit into going back into this reality to like be used more, and like all the drama and money making and like trying to succeed, all it's doing is like giving them more power. Like every time you like get emotionally attached to anything, it's all part of them like kind of having more control over you. I forget like what he called them, what the thing is, but yeah, I think that stuff is like super like interesting. I'd like to believe in the kinder version of it. I hope it's not just us being farmed eternally, but yeah. um I'm doing good. Started doing some concept art for some stuff. Nice. Concept art for some stuff is good. I don't know. I kind of believe in not being too convinced or too attached to any one like worldview. I want to stay nimble and kind of just hear people out, um, see how things go. I don't want to be like this guy's right or that guy's right, but I hope it's not like eternal soul trap for farming energy kind of thing. Every system fails at some point. If we are trapped, eventually we will make it out. Especially since we could have eternity to do it. I do kind of think like the thing is that's why the memory. That's why he says the memory wipe exists is because like, um, is it like you are either they're gonna like this is according to like this guy Mikowski. I forget what his last name is, but Howdai Mikowski or something like that. And he goes into like that's why they memory wipe you and or gaslight you, like using your own religion to be like, no, you still have a mission, like you gotta go, it's not your time yet kind of thing, you gotta go back and we gotta, and like they'll show you all the deities you associate yourself with, and it'll be super nice, and then you go, oh, okay, and then they memory wipe you and like return you back into another life, and so it's very hard to, this is according to him, it's hard to break out of the simulation because it's like they have, essentially we're like infantile babies trying to like figure out a very complicated system relative to them, right? So it's kind of like that's kind of his worldview, which is like it's like beyond grimdark because there's no, you have to maintain enough sentience like when you die, according to him, that you remember like you're not there to agree to any of their terms or rules and to resist against like sort of like going into the light and taking on another mission because you'll just be requisitioned back for another mission. And self-deletion won't work either because you might get a more horrible version of reality next time. But yeah, having an eternity to do it really helps because eventually you could put enough pieces together if you're diligent enough that you could like kind of figure things out. This is Cream of Egbert. Thank you so much. This is sick. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff I like to watch when it's late at night and I'm watching YouTube. I'm just like, let's get into the yeah, like stuff like that as well. I think Alan Watts said that we could all be divine and went to sleep and chose to forget we were asleep. Isn't that weird? I've had dreams that were so like real that and like See, that's where like that's another reason I kind of think the simulation could be real. Well, because it's like, how would you explain that when you're awake, your brain can barely remember what you had for lunch 3 days ago, or right, or like even if at all, and then at the same time when you go to sleep, you have like these very elaborate, perfectly rendered out scenarios, and it's like, okay, like where's all this processing power coming from? Because it's not the brain, because then you would have that ability when you're awake, if that was there all the time. So I'm like, I'm just not convinced that our brain is producing that content when you're sleeping, which makes me think that's not necessarily being beamed down, but that's not coming from you. It's sort of interacting with something else to like produce that. So yeah. But again, I'm not claiming that to be true. I'm just saying like that's a weird thing, right? Like I've had dreams where I had like a multi-year experience within the 8 hours of sleep with people I've never met. So it's like, where's that coming from? How's that possible? The brain just did that? Like, you know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. Because then, if you had that kind of processing power to do it, why wouldn't you have it when you're awake? Um, that is something to really think about. I think if we are in a simulation, it would be the same kind of thing. We kind of chose to be in for some reason, but we won't really die from it. Yeah. No, I don't think we ever. I don't think we ever like truly die, personally. Talk fam. I don't get predeterminist. Maybe AI does. Hello again. Spirited Away is on my list. Things to watch. I highly recommend it. I think Spirited Away is a great movie. To at least you should at least watch it once. I don't get predeterminist. Maybe AI does. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Can you elaborate on that? I said I don't get them. You expect me to explain what I don't get? No, that's good. That's I like your logic. Thank you. You seem like a troll. Dude, I've had people in here that I was convinced were bots, and then later I found out they weren't bots. I think it's just, I don't know. I like the logic though. I just said I don't understand. Why would you ask me to elaborate on what I just said I don't understand? Thank you. I like the wisdom. So even if he's a troll, I don't mind the light trolls as long as they're not bringing up like insane like inappropriate stuff or whatever, or being like insulting. If they're just like a light troll, I don't really like care. Something funny I think about when I hear the simulation theory is when you drop something and you feel like you know exactly where it dropped and it's not there. Yeah, that's another big proof. Because like I have had things vanish like once they hit the floor and there's nowhere for it to have gone. And it's the other annoying thing is how consistently things vanish even though it's a carpet. There's it's not like it could like bounce off that much. And yet it does. And I'm sitting there annoyed, but also impressed by like how it's like, wouldn't it sometimes fall in a predictable spot? And it doesn't. I mean, that's really not like proof, obviously, but like I'm just saying it's so annoying that you almost want to believe in the simulation theory just because of how annoying things are when they like disappear into the ether, and then like later, 3 years later, you find it like in the other room or something. I think that's just us being toyed with or something. I don't know. It just that one seems like it's more of a troll from the universe. Cause it's like there's no way you could have bounced off that much. Let me put on something a little bit more chill. You guys let me know if you can still hear it. If you care. It's Bioshock ambience. I can hear it's a lot lower though. I wish I could find more traditional streamers. I see people like 28 megawatt who does crazy good digital art, but I can't find many traditional streamers. Yeah, traditionalism streaming is, I don't know. I guess people don't. I think the problem is that, like, honestly, just the setup alone, like, you gotta get a desk, you gotta get a it's way more hassle. Whereas if you're doing digital, it's like you're just emulating your screen, and that's it. Like, it's just way more like streamlined. Whereas like this, I gotta, there's just more to it, and like it's more of a hassle. You gotta get two cameras, not one but two. And this one was like, this camera was like not super expensive, but it wasn't super cheap. There's just like, you just add on, you tack on more of a challenge for entry. So I think that's why you're gonna see less of that, and people just don't want to get chalk and they don't want to be, they don't want to deal with it, I think, or something, right? It's just cleaner to do it digitally. So I kind of get it. The closest person I could find to a traditional streamer was Drawing Session, but he doesn't do live streams. Live streams, yeah, he does do them. They're just more rare for him. But I know he do, I'm pretty sure I've seen him do live streams. But he does it like once a month. But I try to push everyone whenever somebody asks me for like advice or teaching or anything like that. I just go look at him, because he's like way better and he explains things way better. So that's my answer to that issue. He's a fantastic artist. He's a creature artist mostly. And I can't open this. Alright, there we go. This is Mr. Nubbins. He's very short, but we can still get some life out of him. I'm afraid this permanent marker is not going to stay on there. Maybe for a little bit. Now that he's a regular on the show. Bees? Bees. Mr. Nabin? Yeah, he's still with us. I gave him a little face so we can, like, kind of have a closer connection with our friend. His mascara is running. He looks like he's been crying. uh, he's got a face now? That's right. Put him off to the side for now. Alright, going back to drawing. We'll keep watching on TV. Thank you. That light blue thing needs a black background. Light blue thing. There's a lot of light blue in here. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Well, maybe we'll get to that. We'll grind our way to that. Hopefully, I meet the expectation. I gotta work on this area first to make sure this is all handled and. Do you do live stream every day? I try. I try to stream every day. I was thinking about taking a week off. Um, and then the next day came, and I'm like, 'cause I was just gonna like go walk around town. Then I decided not to. I'm like, yeah, I'll just, I don't know. I can hear my neighbors mowing their lawn, but I'm not sure what they're mowing because everything is dead outside. I don't know what you're. It's like it's all dead, like grass. It looks like Fallout 3 out there. I swear. There's no need to mow it. It'll just die in a week if it doesn't rain again. hear mowing. Oh, I know. Is that a caterpillar in its mouth? No, it's an egg satchel. With it's like a like think. Well, I guess it's like a caterpillar in the sense that it metamorphizes into something else later. It'd be fun if humans had something like that. Imagine if you like lived to the age of like 30 and you knew that at like the age of 30 you were gonna die and your body was going to like turn into like a cocoon and like your own sentience was gonna be gone, but you were just like alive for 30 years to like to birth like another creature. Like obviously for caterpillars it's a short journey. I think it's caterpillars, right? It's like a short journey. But imagine like if you lived like almost a full human life of like, I don't know, 30, 35, right? And then you knew one day you were just gonna like disintegrate into like a completely different structure and it was gonna take over. And that was just part of human life and there was like celebrations around it or something. I don't know. Just putting fun ideas out there. Bro, that would be a good book. That would be a really good book. Like a society structure around that concept. The shape is quite unique. What are you yapping about? I'm talking about what I just. How did you not hear what I just said? You could have a birthday and a melt day. Yeah, I think. I just think that would be a really fun. Humans have been taken over by monsters and have been turned into caterpillars. No, imagine that the life cycle of humans was to live to 30, and then you metamorphose into something completely different. That's what I'm talking about. Like halfway through your natural biological life, you are designed to become something else. I think that would be a really fun. That could be like a horror comedy too. Um, it doesn't have to be a caterpillar. It can be something completely different. You are the caterpillar now, let's say. And then once your time is up, one day you just wake up and you're a big cocoon for like a day, and then a completely different structure comes out of that. I think that would be a really fun book or horror comedy. Fun horror? You've never heard of horror movies that are comedic? Humans have been. Master Doggo, if you don't think that's a fun concept, you're just wrong. This is not like up for negotiation. Imagine the pain your bones are evolving. No, the caterpillar doesn't. It doesn't experience pain, and metamorphosis isn't a. It's not like you're being twisted into something else. You are going inside of a cocoon, and you're completely transforming into something else overnight. Well, the thing that comes out of that sack is going to be something completely different. There's no pain for you. It would just be a fun story. It would be a fun movie where that's the version of humanity that if we exploring like what that would be like. Oh my god. Something in a different language. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. It might be happening in another universe. Yeah, yeah. I think that could be happening in another universe. I think all the horrors we have, like like we have all the most horrific stuff here on Earth with us. It's just bugs aren't very big, so we don't take it seriously. But if you look at it like a caterpillar and the metamorphosis and the spiders and the ants, it is really the Eldritch horror is here with us. It's right next to you. It's probably in your house. It's so small that you can kind of be okay with it. The BGM is of a theme park. I'm not sure what BGM means. The BGM, the background music is from Bioshock. find the creature from the ritual very interesting. The son of Loki. I don't know the ritual. I think I know. Somebody recommended I watch that movie. I didn't really like. Wasn't super into it. Oh my god. Mad Concepts. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I didn't. I remember watching The Ritual, and then like I really liked that one movie with the big bear. There was like four women that went into like this world or whatever, and there was like Marines that went in before them. They all died, and then like well, I don't want to give the whole movie away. Basically, there's a big scary bear somewhere in the movie. I forget what the name of the movie is. It's like whatever, but it's an interesting. It's a very, very good. I thought it was very good. I haven't seen it. I think if they would have toned it down with CGI just like a little bit, it would have been better. But the bear was just fantastic. Mad Concepts says, "Yo yo, hey, how's it going? Thank you for the follow." You guys know what movie I'm talking about with the bears, with a big bear that, oh my god, it had like Linda trapped in his face, or something like it. Like it had like the skull growing out the side of its face. Probably some of the most terrifying scenery I've seen in the wild in terms of like being killed by an actual monster. But there was like a few annoying moments where it's like they got grabbed by like creatures, and it's like you have four people with machine guns, and like nobody is like there's nobody that's like, I don't know, pulling like Overwatch. It's just like they're just standing around, and it's like, where's your gun? Oh, it's in the tent, and then gets pulled into the. It's like, ugh. Can we prevent some of these deaths by being a little bit, having like a little bit of awareness? Annihilation, yeah. I've never seen it, but I'll always see the pics of the bear. The bear. It's actually I thought it was really good. I'm not sure I fully understood the movie, if I'm being honest. I've been missing out on a lot of movies recently, and it makes me sad. Why does it make you sad? Or why have you been missing out? I feel like most movies, it's hard to watch him. Like I'm just like kind of bored the whole time. It's very hard to find like movies that are like captivating at all. So I usually like will like watch 10 minutes and then give up because I'm just so bored. That's more my problem.
How are normal people like us supposed to afford these crazy electric bills?
Simple, doll. We stopped paying. Thanks to Electrovolt, the new plasmid from Riot Industries. All the power we need is at our fingertips. Watch this.
Try Electrovolt, available at any gatherer's garden.
Just haven't been able to get to the theater. Oh, okay. Just because there's been a lot of good ones, it seems like. I have a pea brain, so I like most movies to be an extent, but lots of art and whatnot. Oh, I gotcha. No monster going to survive my MK69 rocket launcher, whether it's an Eldritch Gauge or a sentient being. What game is that from? 69. Is that from the? Is your character design really that functional?
The trees have no roots, and the flowers won't bloom.
What do you have a problem with, Master Doggo? What problem do you have with my
It's
design?
quite surprising. You see, some plants don't grow here under the ocean. They require sunlight and fresh water, and one other very important ingredient: bees.
Bees?
Yes, bees. Plants can't pollinate themselves. But now there's more than good news. There's Swarm, the new plasmid from Riot Industries. From the gatherer's garden to your garden. Evolved today.
Tell me the BGM and tell me the BGM. No. You've been told like 7 times what it is. Um, I read those comments.
Ladies, you love your man, but can you trust him? When he's away, do you ever wonder what he's up to? He promised to come home early, but is he at the bar with the boys? Or
Yo, stick coloring. Thank you, Jackerman.
Scout, the new plasmid at Ryan Industries, you'll always be in the know.
I like to. I'm gonna do more. I'm gonna fill everything in white. It'll create that bluish hue. And then I'm gonna go over it with the lead pencil, and it's gonna look really smooth and cool. Oh crap! How much hours has this been taking you? This is like stream 3, and I think last night was 6. We're almost at 3, so 9, and then before that probably around 5, so 9 plus 14 out. This is probably 14 hours if I remember correctly. Ruby Rodriguez says, "Dude, you are so talented." I appreciate that, man. Jackerman says, "Crazy." Thank you. I'm gonna take my time with this one and like really render out the horror of it. Oh my god. Steve Sketches, thank you for the follow. This is dope, thank you. I was getting worried that people weren't really into this like slimy, gross alien hatch factory, but I guess people are enjoying it. I was wrong.
I'm right, Jim. The economy seems so bad nowadays. Why doesn't Mr. Ryan do anything about it?
Now, Mary, nature moves in cycles, but only when we look after our own interests. We call it a great chain. Are you sure you want Mr. Ryan or anybody else to pull it for you?
I understand now. The great chain will lift us out of this mess. We just have to pull
This is good to keep it up. We need more goop on Twitch. We need more goop on Twitch. Guys, check this out. Somebody recommended that I buy a 0.2 millimeter graphite pencil. It's very nice. It's maybe a little bit overkill for most people, but I like to like saturate things with detail as much as I can, so it works for me. But yeah, the only problem is it's so prone to breaking, this lead, that it's literally 0.2 millimeter, right? So this thing just wants to break if you look at it too hard. But it really lets me kind of like make these 9x12 pictures like very detailed. So which I am an enjoyer of. I don't know. I have a hard time just drawing kind of loosely. I have a tendency to like lean into the detail. I don't know. I think it's just the way my brain works. Back again using an art book PDF called the Famous Artist Course right now. I'm in the fold section. Nice, man. Yeah, I guess some George B. Brigman books whenever I want to do some anatomy and some perspective stuff. Although, to be honest, like once I stream for like 6, 7, 8 hours, I'm just like, eh, I don't feel like practicing.
Simple, doll. We stop paying. Thanks to Electrovolt, the new plasmid from Ryan Industries. All the power we need is at our fingertips. Watch this.
Try Electrovolt. Available at any Gatherer's Garden.
Really helping me understand clothes and clothing folds. I had knowledge of it before, but now I'm really understanding it. I would love to get actual physical art books, but I used to do many that it would run me dry trying to do that. Maybe in the future, though. Yeah, I'm still sort of struggling with the clothing stuff. I've definitely have improved in the folding, but I've seen books where they're dedicated to the folding of things, and yeah, those people are some people are very, very, very good at that kind of stuff.
The answer might surprise you. You see, some plants don't grow here under the ocean. They require sunlight and fresh water, and one other very important ingredient, bees.
Bees?
Yes, bees. Plants can't pollinate themselves. But now, there's more than good news. There's Swarm, the new plasmid from Ryan Industries. From the gatherer's garden to your garden. Evolved today.
future will add attack back. Found my old analog times watch. Nice. I refuse to give in and buy an Apple's watch. Yeah, I'm just not much of an Apple's watch kind of guy, you know, or whatever. It just seems like another thing that needs to be charged and maintained, and it washes. And what, like, you know, the amount of monitoring. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's like again, like, um, I don't know your pulse and stuff like that. How stressed out you are. I'm not super comfortable with all that. It's just like I'm not a hater. Like if you got that watch, it's fine. I don't care. I'm just saying that like for me, it's an extra nuisance that will closely monitor me. Like I don't know. Actually, I'm gonna change this up a little bit. I'm gonna kind of put a bone in here, some sense of structure to this. I don't want it to be all like rolls of fat. I want there to be like a bone in here, kind of thing. Kind of like this one right here. Just repeat that same kind of thing. Brown bus toe, toes. Thank you for the nice words. And it looks like on this one is going straight back to the elbow, so I'll kind of repeat that same sequence here. Just kind of like have this bone stick out of the side, kind of like we have this bone here on the side. I just want there to be more structured, like it's not just, you know, it's too easy just to draw like an arm that consists of nothing but like fat, you know, rolls of skin and stuff like that. I want it to be a little bit more elaborate. think that'll work right there. I just gotta render it out now. Oh my god. Miss Mr. Spoo Mrs. Oops, I don't know. I don't know how to say that name, sorry. But I appreciate the follow. Uh Mr. Poops, okay. Oh, I see it now. Okay. The capitalized O threw me off. Mr. Poop Mr. Poops, okay. Guys, this will be the most beautiful thing ever. Trust me. We just have to give it time to brew. It'll be awesome. There's our little hero. He's still with us. He's a little sad because of how small he's getting, but I'm gonna keep slowly using. I'm gonna see how short I can run a pencil as a personal challenge. Okay, it's starting to look like a human heart. A little bit, a little bit. And I was just browsing for some sci-fi artists. Well, you're in the right place. Or a mutated internal organ. No, because you wouldn't have. I mean, it could. I mean, I guess this could live inside of someone, but no, it's just a birthing chamber. We'll emphasize these feet and everything so you can kind of recognize, the body shape so it doesn't get lost in the. Harvey Sketches. Harvey Sketches says hi. Thank you for the hi. Um, One more follower to go to reach your gold, bud. Also, do you have ambient music in the background? Could hardly hear it. I thought it was tripping. Yeah. Can you guys really not hear it? I feel like I've been turning it up on this thing. It's showing that it's like halfway up, which it should be pretty loud at this point for you guys. I turned it up a little bit more, but if somebody wants me to turn it down, I'm just not sure how loud it is for you guys. Usually when that bar is halfway up, it's pretty loud. But yes, there is a very tiny BioShock 1 ambient music going on. My volume is at 100 barely my volume is at 100% barely coming through. Well, it's supposed to be like kind of quiet. Like, I turned it up a little bit. I don't want it to overwhelm. I don't know. You know what I mean? Because sometimes people will tell me they can hear it just fine, and it's got to be low relative to the voice.
Has this ever happened to you?
Stay inside, Mary. Your security system's gone bonkers. I'm a goner for sure.
You see, even the best security systems have their flaws. But with Security Command from Ryan Industries, the system works for you.
I hear it better now. Yeah, sounds good now. Okay, we'll just keep it where it is, unless somebody complains hard, and then maybe I'll turn it down. I wish Jipochi was here. He's usually my sound guy. He lets me know, but I feel like I gotta darken in this little cradle here because it's like I feel like it needs to be darker to separate it from. Now that I've added more stuff, it's not as visible. I don't want to distract you too much, but how long have you been doing this? The attention to details on point, like this specific picture, or just like drawing in general? Because drawing in general, basically, it's been an on and off hobby my whole life, and then this picture, we're probably talking probably around 15 hours. And I don't know, I like to lean into the detail. It's just kind of how I draw naturally. I've tried kind of like going more towards loose sketching, but I don't know, this is kind of like where my home is. I like it here.
Your home is your castle. But how can you trust an over-the-counter security system to do the job? A real man protects what's his with his own mind and his own body. Try Ryan Industries' new plasmid, Booby Trap, the #1 name in home security. Booby Trap, available now at a Gatherer's Garden near you.
time lapse of your work sped up would be cool to see. Yeah, I've tried doing that and uploading it to TikTok, and I got like 0 views. But yes, I think I should do that. It's just like an extra thing. But yeah, you're right. It probably would be beneficial. I just don't want to spend 40 minutes editing
All this atom stuff makes me nervous,
and
Jim.
rendering the
Is it
video
really safe to play God?
in whatever program I was using before.
In Rapture, we create our own destiny. You don't want to be the last guy on the block to evolve, do you?
When you really think about it, plasmids are no more dangerous than fire or the wheel. We just need to splice responsibly. Gatherer's Garden, here we come.
I'm eating Oreo cookies. Nice. Did I read that already, or did I hallucinate that? Is it because we were talking about Oreo cookies the other stream? Did you go out and buy them? I'm just sort of curious how you came to that. Because if it's because of this stream, then Oreo cookies owes me like 30 cents for advertising. Because I was kind of like really saying some good stuff about them, and it looks like people bought them.
Darn it! My tongue is away and I can't reach the saucepan. Coming up short.
I still think they're overrated though.
Well, maybe you should reach
I don't
for
really understand why they have the status that they do.
from Ryan Industries. With one little thought. The pan came right to you. You mean I could cook, clean, and fold the wash all without lifting a finger? That's the ticket. Don't let your family go unfed. Stop by your local Gatherer's Garden and evolve today.
It's really my 5-year-old. He's addicted to Oreo cookies. I saw them on sale, buy one get one free at Jewel. Ah, I see. I remember the Cakester or Oreo thing. They were filled with sugar, but I admit they were kind of good.
A man chooses, a slave obeys. Choose Ryan Industries' new spring line of plasmids.
I did buy a painting of an Oreo cookie knockoff from Aldi, and man, they have a lot of details on them. It's very cool to see the whole progress full time. I have seen some drawings where only half of it was rendered fully, and the other half was just a few lines. I just like to bring everything up together. You know, I kind of don't hate that when people don't like kind of finish some aspects of it. Like it can be, I've seen it done like really stylistically. If that's what you're saying, like they didn't like finish a part of it and they just like left it like this and just maybe like render this out a little bit, like, and your mind kind of completes the image. I actually don't like hate that. I just kind of like to do it how I do it, but for people who can stylize it in that way and they do it successfully, you know, it's just a thing they do, and you know, some of them can pull it off really well. I've definitely seen some neat unfinished looking, kind of finished unfinished look.
A rapture reminder. We all have those days. The temptation to break curfew to make up those extra added freaking. Break it. Not. Stay on the level. Out.
always forget though that I'm gonna post this on Instagram, and I can cut off like 2 inches off top and bottom and make it way more square. Oh well.
A rapture reminder. The bottom of the ocean is our home, but it can also be a dangerous place. Any leak is a bad sign. Report any unexplained water promptly to Central Council.
Alright, I'm gonna let my dog out really quick, see if he wants to go outside, take a little break, go to the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes, maybe 3, hard to say, you know.
How are normal people like us supposed to afford these crazy electric bills?
Simple, doll. We stop paying. Thanks to Electrovolt, the new plasma from Ryan Industries. All the power we need is at our fingertips. Watch this.
Try Electrovolt. Available at any Gatherer's Garden.
The dog didn't even really want to go outside. He just stood there by the door and waited to come back in. Just because I'm feeling generous, I'll give an extra minute To help your dog break? Alright. Yeah, he didn't really do anything. He just stood there and kind of waited to come back inside. Check my Insta really quick. Alrighty, here we go. I think it is good to take breaks just to kind of like let your brain, probably even more than a 2 or 3 minute break, because the brain kind of needs to decompress and stop seeing.
My garden looks horrible. The trees have no fruit, and the flowers won't bloom. Am I doing something wrong?
A good question, but the answer might surprise you. You see, some plants don't grow here under the ocean. They require sunlight and fresh water, and one other very important ingredient, bees.
Bees?
Yes, bees. Plants can't pollinate themselves, but now there's more than good news. There's Swarm, the new plasmid from Ryan Industries. From the gatherer's garden to your garden. Evolved today. Ladies, you love your man, but can you trust him? When he's away, do you ever wonder what he's up to? He promised to come home early, but is he at the bar with the boys, or is he meeting someone new? With
If I squint, it kind of looks like a shark with tentacles. Trying to see it. I was thinking like this part right here. Like if you like look at this in isolation, it kind of looks like a duck's head. You know what I mean? Looks like a duck's head right here. I might have to change the nail kind of shape a little bit to kind of get rid of that. But other than that, I don't see a shark, but I believe that you see a shark. I believe you. Art plunge. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. We hit 790. Thank you guys. I need to turn down those sound effect sounds. Like a little too aggressive sometimes. I do think you did a good though, because overall it looks very organic, but also a machine. Yeah, I wanted like, you know, it's just spitting out kind of like, it's just like an organism that's like sort of built to do one thing, just sits there all day. But well, it'll get better too. I need more rendering time on this. Vince Nine. Hey, how's it going? Uh, I think you did good though. I guess I just like low sounds. Some people say it needs to be louder than that, but I honestly hear just fine with the volume of 10 to 12. Like right now it's good, or you want me to? I try to have it like kind of low on the low. You know what I mean? It doesn't need to be like. It's just background music. Some people I've seen like you can barely hear it. So I don't know. I'll need Jipochi to come back because he's got a pretty good idea of where it needs to be. Vince Nine, how's it going today? I like the music right now. Okay, good. I think I'm kind of debating on. I'm sitting here and I'm like, should I make the ribcage darker to kind of create that contrast between what you can and can't see, or should I make? I think I'm gonna make the ribcage inside of there darker and keep this stuff more lighter. I think that would make the most sense. I'm thinking back to the guy who said draw something pretty. There are so many anime girl artists on YouTube, but I guess it does pull in the views. Yeah, if you're drawing like Eldritch Eldritch birthing facilities, it's not as popular as girls. But it's just like what speaks to me. I mean, I just don't care. But yeah, you're right. Like drawing nothing against, but drawing like furry, sexy animals would be like a lot quicker to stardom probably. But like, it's just not who I am. It is a wonder to me, though, a little bit like how it became so popular, because I feel like when I was a kid, like boys kind of like wanted to be astronauts and soldiers. Basically, that was the breakdown, and now it's like, I don't know, like it's weird how hard it's shifted. I'm not even saying it's bad. I just don't get it. Like, I personally prefer more realistic stuff and monsters and that kind of stuff. Yeah. You know what I haven't drawn in a while is like mechs. I need to draw like mech warrior kind of style mechs soon. I've been seeing glimpses in like my brain about it. I'm like, eventually I'm gonna have to do something like that. Oh my god. Jonathan Rushki. Is that Rushki or Rushki? Thank you. Thank you for the follow. I guess it's because of popularization of anime. I don't get the furry thing though. See, I kinda agree, but like, do you remember there was that anime? See, I kind of think they're connected. There's a vine that connects them in a spiritual sense, because like, do you remember there was like an anime? It was like an Adult Swim where there was like this dude in like a red kind of, I don't know, like red kimono thing, and he had like long, I can't even remember the name of it. He had like long gray hair, and he had like the wolf ears and stuff. See, the origins of it kind of started there, though. You could kind of see the beginning, like the ambers of it, kind of flew up out of that. And I not to put Dragon Ball Z in that, but you did see like Goku when he was young with like a tail and stuff. Like, I'm just saying there's some loose vines that kind of gave birth to this thing, and now it's like full swing. Like, it's just on. It's become its own kind of like thing. But I do think like anime kind, like you could see the ears and some characters, like some of that kind of stuff, and the romanticization of it, like the and stuff. And I kind of think there was like at some point they connected and it just exploded, especially here in the West, or like, you know, in America, it's like. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Started with small things like a tail, eventually grew into full animal humanoids. I actually really like Dragon Ball Z though. I mean, at the time it was like the only way, you know, it was like the only like kung fu cartoon that you had availability to. I guess originally it was like a way more violent than the version we got in America on Adult Swim. At least that's where I watched it. Early Dragon Ball was insanely good for its time. I would sit and watch Goku go Super Saiyan for 2 full minutes. Now though, yeah, they did like definitely save like a lot of frames during that. Like they knew how to save on frames by having like a full conversation, and they knew how to stretch out that watch time before they got to any like animating. I think on July 14th, Stronghold Crusader 2 Definitive Edition is going to come out, just so you guys know. Not saying anyone has to buy it, but it's one of my favorite games. I might even stream it if I'm in a good mood. I might even stream it. This music just reminds me of it. I can't help but feel that like that kind of like churchy religious music almost fits with the Eldritch Gods theme. Watch just selling. I wish I had something to sell. That'd be nice. All right, time to go. Time for me to go back to drawing. Still be watching though. Thank you, man. might put together an art book out of like all my pictures and then just sell that on Amazon or something. Maybe I should just title this Family and just leave it at that. Pretty self-explanatory. I'm getting a little bit concerned that as I kind of look at my picture like quickly, it's hard to discern like what I'm looking at, which is not a good sign. It's like a little busy, you know. It's got a lot of busyness going on, so I'm gonna have to do some work to kind of like almost hide the detail. I don't know, like when I like quickly look at it, it's like there's so much going on, and it's like I think it's a problem. I don't know. Also, I've been staring at it for like 4.5 hours, so it's like my brain is probably like fried a little bit. But I still want to fix that. I don't like when you look at a picture and you have to sit there and like decipher what you're looking at forever and use a bunch of brain power. I think that's not a good thing. Muta TV, this is pretty accurate depiction of how I feel when I get out of bed in the morning. Thank you. My brain tells me lighter details are further away, but things like the belly are darker, while closer details are lighter. Maybe. Oh, you changed your profile pic. Rainy Run. I didn't even recognize that was you. I'm getting tired. I'll probably go lay down and go to sleep while watching your stream. Sometimes I just randomly get tired in the evening. No, that's normal. Evening time tired, that's normal. I completely understand. I sympathize completely. I also kind of hate that I made like this nail kind of like go like this, but this one's like upward turned. I really hate that they're like different because the rest of them are like downward turned, and it makes sense why it would be like that. I kind of don't want to like erase a lot, but I'm at the same time I'm looking at it and it's like really visually bothering me. This should be going like this, like that. It's whatever. It's annoying, but I gotta do it. It's just gonna drive me nuts. And it kind of looks like a duck's beak a little bit. Uh, Anushka Saraluya says amazing. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know what I did kind of want to check out? What is the Scorn Oast? Wonder what, like, cause this picture is kind of based on this. I kind of wonder what this sounds. I don't think I've ever listened to the Scorn Oast. I'm just sort of curious what the music sounds like. It does kind of the chamber vibe does kind of fit this already. Honestly, I kind of like it so far. It's got that droning thing going on, but it's got cool sound effects too. It's a little too drab. We'll just go sky red. It was a little too, like, I don't know. think I kind of saved the ribcage a little bit. It seems like I just need to darken it in like another little bit to kind of differentiate, because it needs, I don't know, just I don't I need to kind of de-blend everything from looking like it's the same thing. Nikki, do you use a doorbell? Think they are half off right now? No, I don't have a. I honestly don't use a doorbell. Like you just have to knock harder or know my number. Otherwise, you can't get in. There's just no. I'm not a big doorbell guy. I remember I ordered a pizza from Pizza Hut, and then like the kid they sent like didn't know how sound works. Like I'm sitting maybe I want to say no more than 10 feet from my front door, right? And then there's like a porch and another door. But like if you're gonna knock and there's no doorbell, wouldn't you like knock harder than like just to give you an idea? He like knocked like that. Like this is how hard he knocked, but outside, right? Dude, I'm like, there's no way. I'm sitting like right next to my front door. Like, he couldn't have like knocked harder than that. And so he comes back, and and he did that again. I just happened to be like watching this time because obviously, right? And I'm just like, super annoying. That situation was. Of course, the pizza is cold and all that. Oh, not only that, the dog didn't hear it. If you're knocking and a dog doesn't hear it, and they're like landmines or whatever for that stuff. You know what I mean? They notice things. The dog didn't hear it. I'm sitting right next to the front door. I don't hear it. You think the kids who grew up in COVID are scared of people? I don't think they grew up. I mean, how long was COVID though? Like, how long was that? Like, it felt like a good year, right? It was going on, like, kind of like the height of it, like when we were all like, like doing that. I don't know. Just I don't think they grew up. I mean, if somebody grew up in that environment their entire life, I think they probably would be affected a little bit. But I don't. You know, I know they say people are like scared to call and like order stuff because of like whatever anxiety. I sort of like believe that. But I don't know. I'm not really sure. I do think there's just like less interaction. Like when you look at those iPad babies and they're just like staring at the little iPad, it does seem like there's something neurological is going to change where they're going to be way more interested and it's going to be they're not going to want to interact with the flesh with flesh essentially. They're going to want an interface, right? You're going to see more people like go to the McDonald's and order from one of those stations because it's just more comfortable and like honestly, sometimes I want to do that too. Like sometimes I'm just not in the mood for like pronouncing things correctly. Oh, you know what's gonna happen? You've seen the movie Idiocracy, right? That's gonna happen, but it's gonna be more like I think English is gonna turn into like a more of a like a guttural kind of like kind of barking and that like slowly and then like people will just use like iPads for everything. Like communication won't be like if you express an idea, you'll use ChatGPT, but you won't like pronounce it with your mouth. Like it'll just be sort of grunting noises. Like that's the level it'll exist on as AI like continues to evolve. And actually now families don't gather the same as before. They don't. Yeah, no, that's true. Nope, that's over. It will be interesting, like the future, like of iPad babies, like when they grow up. I can't even really critique them because it's like that's what they grew up with, you know. Like I grew up, I'm like the last of my kind in a sense because I grew up before the internet. Like I remember what that was like, the pre-internet. You just a lot of it was just staring into a wall and imagining things, which was sort of cool. It had its own advantages, but man, you can't like really blame the new generation because it's not like they're choosing to be in front of a tablet like the minute they're born. You know what they need to introduce is tablets before you're born. They need to like start like somehow not saying insert one, but you know what I mean? Like they need to like get people ready for like for that before they're even born. Like make them really addicted. I think having iPad experience, it's like it's too late once you're born. Like the newer babies, they're gonna be like they're gonna have like programming skills before they're born. That's what I think. And then the final phase will be test tube babies. They don't. Oh my god! Can you imagine like being the last one that was born out of a mother's womb, and then like all the new people are like, "That's disgusting." You know what I mean? They're gonna be like, "You were like you went through like the whole thing, the natural birth." They got something like that in Germany. I heard they got like these pods and stuff. They're gonna birth babies in. I'm not sure how true it is, but like or how viable it really is, but we are gonna get to a point where a natural birth will seem as like this barbaric, disgusting practice. Those babies are gonna have like nearly translucent skin, just coughing all the time. You're gonna see like their nerves pulsating in their forehead because of like they're gonna feed them like there's not gonna be any mother's milk. It's gonna be all Simulac or some artificial like protein. These kids are gonna be like messed up, man. They're gonna be so messed up. I don't know. At least that's how I see it. Have a fun outlook. I think my rib cage is slowly getting there. I like the dark differential is now like kind of starting to work in my direction. and then you're gonna have people who live on Mars, and the moon and things of that nature. And I think the cultures are going to be so vastly different, and the body structure, because of the difference in gravity and what kind of food that soil is going to produce, that you're going to see, like, within the next couple hundred years, if we get to these other planets and established colonies, we might see interplanetary warfare. But it's all going to be like these sort of, like, satellites shooting lasers kind of thing. I don't think it's going to be like anything to do with like the way we think of it today, or maybe doing hacking attacks. Everyone's going to be doing something related to that. It's going to be wild. I'm not sure if I should finish the other egg arm. I think I'll work on like that little egg thing over there. And kind of make sound effects while I do it. You know. But yeah, I think I'll finish that or start working on it because I don't want to kind of come back into this area. And I'm kind of debating on whether I should do these like kind of big wire, kind of bio wires coming off of the back because of like, it's like, does it need it, or does it need like the extra craziness? Definitely not gonna make it as dark. I want to definitely like keep it light over here so it doesn't, you know, doesn't start overshadowing this stuff. Just an understanding that maybe I should even do a third one. That would be really crazy. To kind of give this sense that there's like this assembly line kind of thing going on where they put a new like crib in front of it and it just spits out another egg. I think that's uh Joder S. Buenismo, future oil painter. I don't know if that's your language. You're gonna have to translate. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Sorry. It sounds like it might be Joder S. Buenismo. Guys, I only know English and Russian, so if you come at me with other languages, just know that I don't know. And I'm unwilling to learn also. That's the other important things. I don't care. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care. Flies. Disgusting. I have so much dog hair. Oh, man. making this egg satchel all white is gonna really help kind of bring out that bluish kind of I was just born kind of look. That translucent infant egg satch color that we're looking for. My printer randomly making noises. One time it almost gave me a heart attack. I was in complete tranquility and then my printer starts making like... I'm gonna keep the last one super light. I'm not gonna shade it in too much. I don't want it to, I kind of like maybe just a little bit more, but not too much more than this, so it can kind of seem like it's back there somewhere, kind of going off into the distance. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow, Bird Pulp. Nice name. Thank you. Jipochi, hey Booba, how we doing? Did I miss all the fun during the last 6 hours of stream? You're getting good at exploring these different colors. Well, it's just the blue. Well, yeah. Thank you. First of all, you're right. No, I have been incorporating a little bit more yellow and a little bit more blue, and I think it's looking really, it's looking good. I just need to, put more time into this, but I'm liking the way it's turning out. How was your work? It's blending well. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to differentiate this color for sure to like definitely so people can tell right away this is something different than this and separate them. But yeah, how was your my workmates makes me want to slap kids. That's so understandable. That's so fair. You know what I mean? Especially kids these days. You know they're way different now. They're like the iPad kids. They're just crunked out on like reels and like whatever kind of other you know sugar and reels. That's all they know. I think like something like 40% of Americans can't read. They're like below literacy rates. So that's a future to look forward to. So I can only imagine like what they're gonna produce. You know what I mean? Like and these parents are tolerating petty behavior, but I'm just starting to be stone-hearted and just let the kids be kids. Well, that's not too stone-hearted, but I know what you mean. Are you there to like watch them or something? Just like you catch him fighting in the ball pit and just like kind of like look the other direction, just let him settle it. Yeah, I could never do that job. I'll just be honest. Like, ah, man, that's rough. Especially like if you have a job that requires you to smile at people and like kind of do the whole act. That's so just such a brutal existence. Unless you're like a believer, unless you're the kind of person that kind of believes, then yeah. Uh, what are they gonna produce? Some bad parenting, bring out some good kids, but they will always be traumatized. Yeah, have to watch them and be like smiley, good, jolly farmer in front. Oh, so you're doing okay. Jipochi, I don't know how you do it. I think that's probably like harder than like any job ever. It reminds me of that meme. It's like there's like this old man that he's wearing like a rabbit costume and then he's just sitting in the corner in the shade like having a cigarette like with the hat and the bunny suit looks all like worn out and it's like you just see the guy and it's like you just feel for the guy. It's like dude, he's probably making like very very little money. It's like he has is like this cigarette and a little bit of shade before he has to like come back out into like 98-degree heat and pretend to be happy. I'm just tired at the end of the day. I think it should be considered. I think it's one thing to work for a living, but to be forced to pretend to be happy while you're working, it should be like legally considered torture. At least let me, at least let me like show you how unhappy I am while I'm working. You know what I mean? At least let me have that. Just an usher for an ongoing event, bro. Honestly, I don't even see kids as kids. Sometimes I look at them and I can already see like what the adult product is gonna be like, and I'm like, it's not looking good, bro. It's not looking good. But I'm not an anti-kid guy. I've always been a case-by-case kind of person. I don't like dislike or like kids. I've met kids that are cool, and I've met kids that are like, you know, you just immediately dislike. Yeah, bro. One kid was pulling my shirt like he was going to punch me. Dude, that's assault. Yeah, what do you do in that situation? I got a brother who we barely see since my dad died, and the kids are bad, but they are sneaky about it. Dude, that's the worst. The kids that are sneaky about it, and they kind of learn that at an early age. That's gonna take a while. They're gonna have to go through a lot of hard times before they before they like kind of figure out that that's the wrong strategy. Because if you get really good at being bad, like really early on, it's harder to get rid of it. Whereas if you're naive and you get caught right away, you can kind of fix it. But yeah, if they already have that like instinct that they developed, it's basically over. They're gonna have to go through a lot of hard times before they like figure it out. Yeah, I don't know. How do you deal? Like, I don't know if yeah, I don't know. A kid like kind of like sizing you up and pulling in your shirt like he's gonna hit you. It's kind of, man. You don't want to kind of say you don't want to say that you want to hit a kid ever, but because it's so bad. But I would understand if someone did say that, like, or felt that. Jipochi, you might be a saint. You might be a saint getting through all that. I think later I'm older, those nephew won't even have anything to do with the family. They barely pay their respects to their grandmother, and he's acting like a bully kid. Jipochi just say another kid to send another kid. Yeah, you gotta. I think that's the strategy, right? If you're a teacher, like you gotta like use the bully. You gotta use the bullies to target other bullies. Like, to, like I don't know how else would you, or contact the parents. I meant to say contact the parents. They can't turn on you if they're turning on each other. That's a rule as old as time. I think Sun Tzu said something like that. Just pay another kid. Yeah, just pay other kids to do it. I hope it gets better though. How can I contact the parents if the parents are just watching me and laughing? That made my day sour. Like, how can these people exist? Yeah, it's kind of like you entered into like this weird social contract where they're allowed to abuse you because like you're part of the experience. So it's kind you kind of like it's the rules of engagement are different than if it's a random person. Yeah, I don't know how you handle that. I don't know. I really don't. I think you just have to have the patience of a saint and like kind of get through it. I hope they're paying you good money and stuff. Like, not all people change their. I know grown ass men that still act like same as when they were 8. That's true. Yeah, that's true. It's more like I'm drained for the day and I don't give a damn anymore. My patience has been long gone. I know a few too, and glad I have nothing to do with them anymore. Yeah. It almost. I remember hating my like dishwashing job when I was a teenager. You're making that sound like it's like heaven. At least you get to do your job in peace and like I don't know. You know. The hardest part was like putting the mats back at the end of the day when they're like soaking wet and they got like these like I don't know 50 pound like wet kind of like mats where the water's supposed to drain and you gotta like lift them up and put them on this thing above you. I'm like, bro, at the end of the day, like I couldn't lift them. I mean they might I can't remember what like they weighed, but they weighed like the maximum of what I could lift, and the water just made them just heavy enough to where you're like, you're just your whole like being is just you just had no energy at the end of the day. And it's so surprising that when I see these guys I haven't seen since I was 8, I think I think I'm the same little I think I'm the same little boy if they only knew all the things I've done since childhood. Military, college, architecture career, medical planning career. Yeah, it is weird when you meet people from high school and it's like nothing has changed. Kind of. I've had that happen. And now adding to my resume oil painter. Nice. Dude, if like if I ever have to go back to a real job, I don't even know how I would like explain what I've been doing, because they're gonna ask, and I'm like, I did some commissions and I like streamed and played video games for like a year or two. Like, how do you like explain that I was like working from my home for like, you know, just like doing this and that? Like, I'm like, I just did a little bit of this and that. I don't know. I didn't. This is gonna be awesome. I think this picture is gonna be really, really awesome. I can already feel it. I'm just trying to see if there's new reels or posts from our booth, because there's another media who stormed inside the booth and recorded me. Good thing I wasn't pissed at the time to the kids. Oh my god, can you imagine? You're like winding up the backhand as they're like walking in. No, that would be terrible. Obviously, that's terrible. Foros, don't go be a slave to corporate. That's the thing. Is like, yeah. I'm gonna try not to. That's the goal. You have the talent and the skills and the passion. You're set in life. Yes. You can. Thank you, Djibouti. You can say you were an entrepreneur working in the art industry. Yeah, that sounds a lot better than I'll play a lot of Helldivers. Like, that does sound better. But yeah, I'm at 7 hours, guys. My eyes are starting to see double, so I'm gonna go take a break. I'll be back tomorrow around 10-11 a.m. So that's. But yeah, I had a super fun time today with the streaming. A lot of good combos. If the kids are bad, I'm gonna be yeah. If the kids are bad, I'm gonna be bad. Well, cause you don't have the time to like teach them life lessons. You gotta just take care of it, you know. Hell, dive in your resume. Yeah, Super Earth. I fought for democracy on Super Earth. Ad Attack. Glad I caught the stream. Yeah, thank you, Japochi. I appreciate you stopping by. I'll be back tomorrow and stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna raid out. Since we got 15 people, I'm gonna raid out. Thank you guys for helping me to get to 792. Super appreciate that. Thank you, sirs. Noit noit. Alright, Future Will, I'm raiding out. I gotta go. I gotta go chill. Let me raid out Twitch really quick.